ලොව විහිදා සුදු පැහැ සඳ රසිව් සැදී දින නොමදා සිරි සංග මුක් සැප නිසැදී ලද මුනිදා දම් කඳ පහස මන බැඳී වදු දලදා හිමි තෙමහල් පහය රැඳී
ඔබ සැමට උතුම් දළදා සමිඳු සරණයි. බෞද්ධ සංස්කෘතියෙන් පෝෂණය ලද ශ්‍රී ලාංකීය ජනතාව ඒ උත්තුංග සංස්කෘතියේ වර්තමාන උරුමකරුවන් ලෙසින් උතුම් වාමශ්‍රේ දළදා හාමුදුරුවන් විශේෂී වාර්ෂිකව පවත්වන ඇසළ පෙරහැර මහා මංගල්‍ය සඳහා පෙළ සැදී සිටිනවා. සදා සිතින් පෙළ ගැසී මේ උත්තුංග පෙරහැර සංස්කෘතිය අසිරිය දැක බලා ගැනීම සඳහා සෙන්කඩගල නුවර අද ජනතාවගෙන් පිරී ඉතිරී ගොසින්. දළදා හාමුදුරුවන් විශේෂී වාර්ෂිකව පවත්වන ප්‍රධානතම පූජෝපහාර මංගල්‍ය 4 අතරින් ඉතාමත් වැදගත් පූජෝපහාර මංගල්‍ය ලෙසින් අප සැලකන්නේ ඇසළ පෙරහැර මහා මංගල්‍ය පැවැත්වීමයි. අද ඒ ඇසළ පෙරහැර මහා මංගල්‍යයේ සිව්වන රන්දෝලි පෙරහැර. මේ උත්තුංග පෙරහැර සංස්කෘතියේ අසිරිය සියසින් විඳ ගැනීමට ඔබට අවස්ථාව තිබෙනවා සේම නිවසේ රැඳී සිටින ඔබටත් ඒ අවස්ථාව අපි උදා කර දෙනවා. ඒ නිසාවෙන් උතුම් දළදා හාමුදුරුවන් විශේෂී වාර්ෂික පවත්වන මේ පූජෝපහාර මංගල්‍යයේ ආශිර්වාද ලබා ගන්නවා සේම ශ්‍රී ලාංකීය සංස්කෘතියේ අපේ කලා ශිල්පීන්ගේ කලා කුසලතාවයන් දක්ෂතාවයන් සියසින් දැක බලා ගැනීමට ඒ විඳ ගැනීමට ඔබට අපේ තාමත් ගෞරවයෙන් ආරාධනා කරනවා. ඒ නිසාවෙන් අපේ සිංහල දෙමළ ඉංග්‍රීසි මාධ්‍යයන් ඔස්සේ වගේම තවත් ජාත්‍යන්තර භාෂා කිහිපයකින්ම මේ පෙරහැරේ සිරි විසිතුර ඔබට සමීප කරනවා. අපි ගෞරවයෙන් ආරාධනා කරනවා එකතු වන්න ඓතිහාසික කන්ද උඩරට ඇසළ පෙරහැර මහා මංගල්‍යයේ සිව්වන ரந்தோலி பெரஹர சமகின் தங்கவி
நன்றி ரோகண. மஞ்சள் விளக்குகளால் மலர்ந்திருக்கின்றது கண்டி மாநகரம். இன்றைய தினம் புத்த பெருமானி புனித தந்த தாதுவை தாங்கியவாறு கத்திரகம வாசனை ஜானியானது வலம் வர காத்திருக்கின்றது. இந்த காட்சிகளை நீங்கள் நேரலையாக ஃப்ரீசர் 2, டயலாக் டிவி 20, பியோ டிவி 20-310 ஆகிய தளங்களினூடாக நேரலையாக பார்வையிட முடியும். மேலும் கண்டி தலதா மாளிகையின் சமூக வலைத்தளங்களினூடாகவும் இக்காட்சிகளை நீங்கள் நேரலையாக பார்க்கலாம். நன்றி. திசரி.
Thank you, Shangavi. You're witnessing the 4th Randoli Procession of Kandy Esala Perahera 2025. The ceremonial tasker Kataragama Vasana will be carrying the sacred relic casket. This invitation is to you all to come and witness this glamorous occasion. But if you're at home, you can still be watching this event by using the following channels. Channel number 310, channel number 20 on PO TV, channel number 20 on Dialogue TV, and channel number 2 on Freezat. And also you can watch the live broadcast of Kandy Esala Perahera 2025 by using the social media platforms of Sri Dalada Maligawa. Stay tuned.
Dalada Samindu Pihitai. We are delighted to welcome you to the special live broadcast of the 4th Randoli Perahera of Kandy Esala Perahera 2025. Brought to you by the Media and Special Projects Bureau of Sri Dalada Maligawa, Kandy. You are now seeing the Perahera officials obtaining the blessings and permissions of the Devana Nilame, the lay custodian of the sacred tooth relic, before commencing their street perambulations.
This is the handing over of keys by the Devana Nilame to the officiating bhikkhus.
Now the Devala Nilame will be making his way from the upper level, Ihalamale, to the lower level of the chamber, known as Pathamale of the Vadasitina Maliga, and he is seen ceremoniously and reverentially carrying the Perahera casket under the protection of the custodian venerating prelate of the Malvatu Mahaviharaya, Venerable Tibbatuave Sri Medhankarabhidana Naikatero, towards the ceremonial tasker. We can see it's been done with much veneration amidst the offering of light, sounds, scents and flowers all the way from the upper chamber till it is placed on the awaiting tasker.
We are now seeing the Perahera casket, which contains 32 relics of Lord Buddha, being placed within the Randoli that is mounted on the lavishly costumed tasker, who will uplift the majesty of this great procession. These officials are seen offering flowers and floral garlands to the Perahera casket.
This is the devout moment when the royal tasker shall step majestically down from the Mahavahal Kada, the main entrance to the Sandagala, the moonstone, amidst the tune of the traditional Nagasingam music, in preparation to parade the streets of the Kandian city.
Today, the royal tasker will be Vasana from the Sri Ruhunu Kataragama Devala, and as per the customaries of the 4th and the 5th Randoli Perahera, he will be walking on white carpets known as Pavada and under the large decorated canopy known as the Uduviyana.
And this is the Kandy Esala Perahera of the year 2025, which is brought to you by the Media and Special Projects Bureau of Sri Dalada Maligawa, Kandy. Walking up front with the sound of thundering whips piercing through the skies are the whip crackers, announcing that the procession has commenced, and these whip masters are tasked with clearing the way for the sacred tooth relic casket and the king.
And this group of whip crackers are led by Mr. Upali Jayaratna. The Perahera is believed to be held in prayer for timely rainfall, and the elements of the Perahera is structured in a symbolical way that it paints the imagery of a rainfall. Rain would never be showered without the striking sound of thunder, and these whip wielders are the symbolic imagery to depict the sound of lightning and thunder to pay homage to rain gods, requesting to bless our crops and cultivations with rain. The whipmaster's duty is handed down from generation to generation of their clans, and only those who have mastered the art of whip cracking will be taken to participate in the Kandy Esala Perahera. According to traditions, a Perahera which does not have this pedigree are not even called such. In a single file, we see the whipmasters carefully manipulating their whip that is nearly 7 feet in length and is made fully out of natural material known as niaga and navapatta, which indicates how traditions have been preserved and the authentic methods have not changed throughout the parading history.
When looking back at the history in the ancient times, it was the ruling king who would parade the streets in the Perahera. But now it is the Devarna Nilami, the lay custodian of the sacred tooth relic of Lord Buddha, who will resemble the king in the modern day Perahera.
It can be noticed how these whip masters are untying the knots that are formed with the whipping, and that is symbolic to the various problems that we face in this journey of life, where we too spend a careful expense of mind in untying our problems down our own walk down the journey of life. Many onlookers who are seated around the city of Kandy to witness this Perahera can be seen throwing thousands of coins to the streets in the belief that this practice will ward off any evil from their loved ones and for the blessings from the sacred tooth relic.
On this year 2025, we are witnessing the grace of the 1715th Perahera that had begun during the reign of King Kirtisri Meghavarna, who pledged that the relics must be carried around the city once a year. And this tradition still continues, followed by the many succession of kings, prime ministers, and presidents of our country.
Now we are seeing the arrival of fire acrobats who are trained and led by Mr. E.D. Tilakaratna.
Rain does not come with thunder alone. Just as the lightning flashes across the skies, the procession too has its flashes of light, dancing across the faces of the people lining the streets to watch. These are the fire dancers who are offering fire, inviting the rain gods to water our lands with rain.
Even though it seems very paradox to learn that we offer fire to seek for water, this phenomenon of nature is magnificently depicted by this group of fireball dancers who perform this thrilling stunt of acrobatics while illustrating how lightning comes with rain.
The sun, moon, earth, universe, solar month, night and day are all cyclic, and the fireball dance highlight these universal cycles while depicting how they burn and cool us in our life cycles. The dancers also paint the fierce cycle of samsara that is flooded with desire, ignorance, and anger that are highlighted by the chakras.
The fireball dance is performed in 3 levels that are known as Binthalaya, the low level, Madathalaya, the mid level, and Ahastalaya, the sky level. That is definitely the highlighting episode of the fireball dance that is performed standing on each other in great discipline and balance.
The splendor of the dance is seen when a large group of them perform simultaneously, merging their various fiery elements into an amazing display of light and heat. The tradition is handed down from generation to generation, with the individuals of all ages, from the very young to the very old, taking part in the display of this priceless and cultural heritage of their clans.
Back in history, Kandian performing arts have been classified into 5 variants which were known as Vahala Ilangama, Singakari Ilangama, Tambara Pittukari Ilangama, Natum Ilangama, and Kavikara Maduwa. Interestingly, it was the king's order that all 5 of these classifications must be performed in the Perahera, which is a royal order that is still being obeyed since the ancient times till the modern days.
The dancers are seen creating their paints of fire across the night sky as they move in the procession. Next in line of the procession are the Buddhist flag bearers, who are clad in the white national costume, who are carrying the most respected flag of Buddhism, while being preceded by the national flag of Sri Lanka. The sight of these Buddhist flag bearers create a sense of tranquility among the spectators, reminding us that the fact this procession is in celebration, devotion, and an offering to the great Lord Buddha.
The Buddhist flag is a symbol of faith and peace. The 6 colors of the flag represent the colors of the aura that emanated from the body of Lord Buddha when he attained enlightenment under the sacred Bodhi tree. The horizontal strips represent the races of the world living in harmony, while the vertical strips represent eternal world peace.
The colors displayed in the Buddhist flag represent the perfection of Buddhahood and the Dhamma, his preachings. The symbolic identities of these colors are illustrated as blue for universal compassion, yellow for the middle path, red for the blessings, white for purity and liberation, and orange for the unshakable wisdom.
The flag bearers we see here are the inmates of the Pallekele open prison camp who have been starring in this segment in the Perahera for many years. They too are humans just like us, who were once diverted in life in lieu of a wrongdoing that could have been a mistake of theirs or of their society.
But this participation is a part of their ordeal in releasing them back to the society as corrected humans, and therefore they are here today to pay homage to the sacred tooth relic in hope for the change they pray for their in lives.
Following the group of Buddhist flag bearers, now we are witnessing the arrival of state flag bearers. The unique collection of flags in front of us are known as the provincial flags. These include the uniquely designed flags for the 12 states and the 9 counties that were under the rule of the ancient Kandian kingdom.
It was the tradition that the representative, the chieftain of the state, known as the Raterala, would participate in the Perahera with their respective flags that is unique to their state to showcase their loyalty towards the king. While this tradition display reminds us on the glory of the ancient Senkadagala kingdom, it also represents the symbol of governance in the compliance to the great 10 leadership qualities preached by the Lord Buddha, which are known as Dasaraja Dharma.
The flag seen here could be identified as the sun and moon flag of the Satara Koralaya, lion flag of the Sat Koralaya, white flag of Matale, silk flag of Sabaragamuwa, Behirunda Pakshya flag of the Tung Koralaya, peacock flag of Uvavellasa, and the lotus flag of Udapalata, which represent the states of Sri Lanka. An ancient poem translated from the book Sangarajavata recites the story of the Kandy Esala Perahera as follows. The kingdom of Senkadagala, the procession of the month of Asala, held from times ago in favor of the gods above, led by grace of the Buddha, followed by the deities. The Perahera shall perambulate, just as the kings did commemorate. The state flags are followed by the county flags that represent the counties of Vellasa, Binthanna, Tamankaduwa, Udunuwara, Yatinuwara, Dumbara, Hewahata, Kotmale, Udabuladgama and Pathabuladgama.
The same flags we saw before are now being displayed in the metallic form, and these are the brass flag bearers who remind us of our proud heritage of the Kandyan era.
These brass stands are metallic representations of the flags belonging to the 9 ancient states and the 12 counties, using its exact same elements that are carved with great precision and attention to minute details, which certainly portray the great artistry that takes a lot of time, patience, and energy.
In fact, these artists who belong to the Gurukulaya were the same ancestors who used to make the beautiful gold, silver, and brass ornaments with the detailed engraving, embedded with the precise gems for the king, as the offering to the sacred tooth relic and for this great procession.
And now, following the brass flag bearers, we are witnessing the arrival of a group of sword bearers representing the Angambara team of the Sri Lankan Air Force.
Walking in great discipline, in their calm and disciplined nature, are the army of sword bearers who provide protection to the Perahera casket.
Clad in white sarong and a white headdress, this army is seen carrying the raised swords, not in warfare, but in a disciplined walk of calm serenity. The symbolic idea of these sword bearers in the historic protection that it provided with utmost might to the sacred tooth relic. For those who know about the history of the sacred tooth relic, would be patriotically proud of our history and the heroic personalities who always protected the sacred tooth relic with highest levels of bravery.
Since the ancient times, the sacred tooth relic has played an important role in the local politics, since it was believed that whoever holds the sacred tooth relic shall hold the governance of the country.
From the Anuradhapura era to the Kandyan era, there have been several battles over the tooth relic, and it has always been protected by the patriotic warriors, and this is a lesson we need to teach our children.
We now see the most magnificent sight of the Perahera, which is the arrival of the very first elephant, who will be carrying the Peramune Rala.
The first elephant of the fourth Randoli Perahera is the elephant Banda from Ratnapura.
It is the known of the Perahera that the Peramune Rala, or the front runner of the procession, is the first person on the elephant back, and neither officials nor elephants are permitted to parade before the Peramune Rala.
Clad in white traditional costume that comprises of a white jacket and a triangular hat, the Peramune Rala comes into view carrying the secretarial scroll known as the Lekha Mitya, which is encased in the long cylindrical silver casket.
And this is the fourth Randoli Perahera of Kandy Esala Perahera 2025.
This is the arrival of the first Havisi troupe that represents the official musical ensemble who are permanently seconded to the service of the Sri Dalada Maligawa.
They perform in a dignified presence in front of the procession as a tradition which they have practiced with majestic skill. In fact, no Panchaturiya Vadana or traditional orchestra of Sinhalese music that produce sounds using either drums or other musical instruments is permitted before the Hevisi, as per the rule of the Kandy Perahera tradition. Hevisi, as the most prominent orchestra of the five-fold musical instruments, has its own variants that are authentic to various parts of the country, known as upcountry, low country, and Savarang. The speciality of the Kandy Esala Perahera is the pure domination of upcountry traditional arts. Therefore, this particular Hevisi instrumental performance belongs to the upcountry tradition of Hevisi, which is known as Udarata Hevisi in Sinhalese. Sri Lanka is rich with its own genre of traditional music, and Hevisi, which is one of the dignified as the authentic sound of Sri Lanka. The history of Hevisi takes back to the time when the sapling of Jai Sri Mahabodhi tree was brought down to Sri Lanka by Sangamitha Theranio, and this evidence marks that the fact that the Hevisi is one of the oldest traditional orchestra and Buddhist sound offering in Sri Lankan heritage. Riding on the second elephant with dignified majesty is the Gajanayaka Nilame of Sri Dalada Maligawa. And this is the Mian Raja Tusker of Sri Dalada Maligawa.
of a Bulat Pade dance troupe which is trained and led by Mr. Nalin Jayasekara of Sri Dalada Maligawa.
Bulat Padya is one of the most serene dance performances of the upcountry dance, which provides a welcoming gesture to the audience. The dancers are carrying a heap of betel leaves on a white cloth with both their hands and dances in style and discipline using footwork to the tune of the Gataberea. Now we are witnessing the arrival of the Tusker Janaraja of the Sri Dalada Maligawa, and the official is carrying the Buddhist flag. The Malpadya dance performance, which is also known as the Polmal, Malhatpadya and Maduporaya, is a ritualistic dance performance that has its own variants across the traditions of upcountry, low country and Savarang. And this act is an upcountry tradition that originates from the Kohombakan Karya healing ritual. This troupe of dancers are trained and led by Mr. W.M. Dayananda. The polmala or the coconut flower is the flower that blooms from the traditional kapruka or national tree of bounty, which denotes prosperity. In fact, the national emblem of Sri Lanka consists of a vase of coconut flowers known as the punkarasa, that is considered as the national symbol of prosperity. This Malpadya dance consists of dancers who hold this polmala,
the national symbol of prosperity, with both hands, while sincerely representing the same bounty and abundance in their dance.
The symbol of this dance is to pray for fertility and prosperity, which is interestingly the prime motive of the Perahera itself, where the dancers sing various ritualistic chants, which are in fact verses of prayer for the prosperity.
Similar to the Kotala Padaya and Bulat Padaya dance performances, the Mal Padaya too is one of the 7 ritualistic dance episodes known as the Hat Padaya, that is an essential dance ritual of healing rituals across the country. Now we are witnessing the entry of the Miyan Kumara Tusker from the Bellanville Rajamaha Vihara.
And on the mount of the tusker, we see an official carrying a brass flag umbrella. The brass umbrella symbolizes protection to the upcoming procession. Tonight, the 4th Randoli procession commences at the auspicious hour of 7:02 p.m. and it will proceed along the Dalada Street, Yatinur Street, Cross Street, and then via the E.L. Senanayaka Street. From there, the procession will reach D.S. Senanayaka Street through the Kandy Street and finally turn on to the King Street to return to the temple of the sacred tooth relic. And with that, we see the entrance of the Chamra dance troupe.
And this troupe of dancers is trained and led by Mr. Nimesh Sumararatna of the Sri Chandananda Buddhist College, Kandy. The ancient poetic anthology that was written during the kingdom of Kotte, that is famously known as the Salalini Sandeshe quotes, that white tussles in motion along with majestic elephants are one of the supreme sights of auspicious visualities, and the Chamra dance is certainly an inclusion to add more auspicious value to this Perahera.
Chamra is a popular upcountry folk dance that is one of the most visually mesmerizing dance acts of the Perahera this evening. The Chamra is a white tasseled object that was used historically as a fanning tool to the sacred tooth relic, the sacred reliquaries, and the prominent individuals, including the royalty itself.
The tassels are fanned to the rhythm of the flute and the Kandian drums, where the gentle cool breeze that is produced by this Chamra brings a very pleasant feeling.
The Chamra dancers swing these white tassels in various stances that not just create a soothing visual to the audience, but also reminds the audience of the ancient times.
Now we are witnessing the arrival of the Dalada elephant from Ratnapura, and the official mounted on top is carrying a brass canopy.
And this is the arrival of the first Naiyandi dance troupe of the Sri Dalada Maligawa procession.
And this troupe of Naiyandi dancers are led by Mr. Vasanta Gunathilaka and Mr. Vasanta Rajangam.
The Naiyandi dance is one of the most significant dance performances of the upcountry tradition, which holds a very prominent position in the Kandy Esala Perahera, especially during the Kumbal Perahera festivities.
The speciality of the Naiyandi dancing is that this dance is primarily performed by the primitive Kandyan dance artists who have not yet been attained reverentially as a West dancer, and any dance artist who aspires to be crowned as a Kandyan West dancer would first need to master the skill of Naiyandi in order to proceed.
The word Naiyandi is in fact the name of the costume that is worn by the Naiyandi dancers, which is the same costume that is worn by the Kandyan West dancer with the exclusion of the devoted headdress that is replaced with a cloth turban.
This is the arrival of the Vijitaraja elephant from the Dimulagala Aranya Senasana.
And now we see the troupe of Savarang dance performances entering this great procession.
And these troupe of Savarang dancers are from the Nalanda Buddhist College.
Dance items which involve these tassels are quite often in the Perahera, but this is not the usual Chamra dance we witnessed previously. This dance, which is recognized as the Savarang dance, is similar to the Chamra dance, but with a different in the prop that is being used.
The Savaranga, the main tool used by these dancers, consists of not one but two tassels attached on both its ends, which makes it a longer version of the Chamra instrument. However, the Savaranga too is meant to serve the same purpose as the Chamra, which is to fan and cool the impeding icon of worship, which was traditionally the king, and today the relic casket or the reliquaries of God.
The choreography of this folk dance that is styled of the upcountry tradition is designed to symbolize fanning, that is performed using different dance steps, different stances, and the visual beauty that is being created by these tassels in motion.
This is the arrival of the elephant Salio from Mahiyangana Rajanha Vihara.
And on the mount of Salia, we see two officials, one carrying the cobra canopy and the other the brass umbrella.
Now we are seeing a group of Paturu dancers who are trained and led by Mr. Nalin Jayasekara of Sri Dalada Maligawa.
Paturu is an upcountry style folk dance which is known for its faster tempo when compared to the other folk dance acts that is performed in our country. The dancers hold a set of wooden splinters known as Paturu on one hand, and they perform to the beat of the upcountry gataberia and the melodious flute while clapping the splinters on various designated parts on their body.
The Paturu dance makes this Italy seem as if it is a singular choreograph, but careful attention would show how this dance involves group work, where we see the performers collaborating with each other as a group and in subgroups that highlights the unity and harmony among the village youth of Sri Lanka. Now we are witnessing the arrival of the Burumaraja Tusker of Sri Dalada Maligawa.
And on the mount of him we see two officials, one carrying the Buddhist flag and the other the cobra canopy. And this is the entrance of the Pantheru dance group.
And this group of dancers are led by Mr. Sarath Vijayasiri. The Pantheru is a musical instrument that is used as a rhythm tool across all three traditions of upcountry, low country and Savarang. But the Pantheru dance is exclusively belonging to the Udarata or upcountry tradition of dance.
Since the 18th century, the instrument was used for the development of semi-classical dance form, which is an art that was passed down from generation to generation. The dance is classified as an Gananatamam, as per the theory of Panchaturyanatha, since the Pantheru is an instrument belonging to the Gana classification, as it needs to be dashed in order to be instrumented.
The Pantheru dance is performed to the beat of the Gata Perahera or Udarata Perahera, which is considered as the spinal instrument of upcountry dancing, just like how the Yak Perahera or Devol Perahera is the key instrument of low country dancing, and how the Davala is the key instrument of Savarang style of dancing. This cylindrical drum with narrowing sides has knots on it, which is the reason why it is known as the Gata Perahera, based on its Sinhalese translation.
This instrument is a small brass circular frame with 5 cymbals fixed onto it, which gives a subtle metallic sound as it's been shaken. It was originally used to keep up the beat in the chamber of the versifiers, or the Kavikara Maduva.
Now we are witnessing the arrival of the elephant Kandolavira from the Sankapetti Vihara, Kaduvela.
And on the mount of this elephant, we see 2 officials, one carrying the cobra canopy and the other the brass umbrella.
Now we are witnessing the arrival of a troupe of tambourine dancers who are trained and led by Mr. Aryapala Vijayamana.
The Rabana, or the hand trampoline, is a very popular object used in the folk dancing tradition in Sri Lanka. But there is no such dance, even though we see the presence of the tambourine in play. This performance, which involves the spinning of the tambourine, which makes it a more sporting performance than a dance item. And that is why this act is known as Raban Karakavima or Raban Krida in Sinhalese.
There are many forms of Raban in Sri Lanka. We have the Maharabana or the Banku Rabana, which is a large drum that is played by multiple artists at the same time. The Virindu Rabana, that is played while singing comical verses of Virindu, and the At Rabana, which we see now, is the most prominently seen in dance-related performances. We also hear a version of it as Karakavime Rabana or the spinning tambourine, which is in fact the same Atrabana with a dent carved in its middle.
The spinning game of Rabang can be identified as a developed performance of the Rabang dance. We see several generations of artists who are of different age levels, young and senior, who have developed this beautiful skill from childhood by learning to spin various objects.
They spin the Raban in their flexible long cane sticks in great balance, and the highlighting episode of this act is when they throw the tambourines towards the sky and surprisingly catch the Raban back on their sticks or from their hands with no room for failure. Each such succeeded attempt is applauded with cheer from the onlookers, as it seems impossible to the common eye.
The artists do not forget to infuse several creative twists to play of this Raban Krida, where some artists create an episode of change in the Raban with their colleagues, while the tambourine are flying high in mid-air. And also, if you notice closely, we see some artists spinning multiple Raban on specially designed stands.
Now we are witnessing the arrival of the elephant Gamonu from Attanagalla.
And on the mount of Kamunu, we see two officials who are carrying the brass umbrella.
Now we are witnessing the arrival of a Thumbtam troupe which is trained and led by Mr. Sujit Ananda.
The Thumbtam, also known as the Pokuru barrier in Sinhalese and the kettle drum in English, is a vital instrument of the heavy ensemble that takes a predominant position in the Perahera, as it is the main sound offering towards the impending requeries of worship.
The amazing feature about this Thumbtam performance is that we see both playing and dancing with the Thumbtam, which is evidently why it is recognized as the Thumbtam Natuma or the Thumbtam dance. This is the truly fascinating beauty of Sri Lankan performing arts, where our artists are gifted with the talent of making more than what is expected of what we are blessed with. The Thumbtam belongs to the Vitata classification of Panchathura as it is played using two cane sticks known as Kadippu, and this is why the Thumbtam dance is classified as a Vitata dance. The anatomy of the Thumbtam is a drum set that consists of two drums. Now we are witnessing the arrival of the elephant Taraka from Rankadu Patini Devala, Kadura.
And this is the entrance of the mixed folk dance troupe.
And this troupe of dancers are trained and led by Mr. P.C.B. Vijay Surya. Traditional dancing in Sri Lanka is segregated into two main types, which are the Shastriya Natu, or dance performances that are based on healing rituals, and the other being Gami Natu, or folk dance performances. The dance that we see now is a remarkable fusion of not just one, but four different folk dance performances being danced simultaneously in the same spotlight.
Here we see the dance artist presenting four different folk dances, which are the Thalampata, the Likeli, Rabang, and the Savarang, which we would see being performed as individual dance items across all the 5 segments in this majestic Perahera. And this dance act is certainly a snapshot of the beauty of the Sri Lankan folk culture.
This dance is represented as one team, but we could carefully observe how they break themselves into sub-teams among themselves based on their designated dance. It is true that it is the same music that is being played for the whole group, but this music plays the tune for 4 different dance acts that involve 4 different props and 4 different steps of dance, which are being carefully presented to maintain their cultural identity.
Folk dancing is also known as Jananatu or Gaminatu, which are the dance items that represent the culture of the native village lifestyles in Sri Lanka. These dance acts have no ritualistic regulations that need to be strictly adhered, But the comparison to the Shastriya Natumaks, in fact, there is a lot of space left for creativity in designing the choreography, costumes, tones, and other elements of attraction, keeping that in mind not to harm the authenticity of the dance as it was passed from the generation clan of each individual.
Now we are witnessing the entry of a door of elephants who are the Muthu elephant from Muthiyangan Rajamaha Vihara and elephant Kandula Thissa from Savaragamuwa Mahasaman Devala.
And on the mount of them we see officials carrying the Burmese flag.
It is an interesting fact from the history that in the ancient times, the sacred tooth relic had been considered as a private property of the king, and the public had never been permitted in having a chance of worshipping it. It was indeed the thankful move by the King Kirti Sri Rajasingha who declared that the relics need to be taken in procession for the public to witness and venerate in seek for blessings.
Lee Kelly is also another interesting folk dance of the upcountry tradition that consists of performers having two wooden sticks on their hands, who shall dash them together in a rhythmical way, individually and even among pairs or at times as groups.
And this group of Likari dancers are trained by Mr. Nimesh Sumanaratna of Sri Chandananda Buddhist College.
Being a folk dance itself, this dance too sets a village picture for the audience, but the origin of the exact movements performed can be guessed at the ancient practices for the war battles among the folk lifestyle, and the name of the dance itself with the word Kelia translates to the battle.
The fast tempo that is performed in several episodes of Likali dance creates a sense of energy that truly creates a battle atmosphere, which once again connects the folk dance with the previously told affiliations with war rehearsing.
Apart from the Sri Lankan concept of Likali dance, which we identify as an upcountry folk dance performance, we see such familiar versions in other neighboring cultures as well. And some of them can be identified as Dandiya, which is the main folk dance of Gujarat state in India.
Now we are seeing the entrance of two she-elephants, the she-elephant Devmini from Sambodhi Vihara Colombo and the she-elephant Suddhi from Habarala.
And now we see the second Pantheru dance troupe of this procession joining this grand perambulation.
And this troupe of Pantheru dancers are trained and led by Mr. Palitha Hapagoda.
The Pantheru has a circumference of 28 inches and 5 mini cymbals attached along its rings. The tradition behind the Pantheru describes 5 ways in which the Pantheru should be held by a dancer.
The costume of the Pantheru dance is one of the simplest attires that are designed in the upcountry tradition, which consists of white cloth turban, the talisman around the neck, kadukang earrings, bangles and the pyjama trousers. The simplicity of the costume was based on 2 reasons. One, for being associated offering to the sacred tooth relic, and for being able to freely perform during the faster tempos. Moreover, the simplicity of the dance form brings to mind the simplicity and the evenness required in the daily lives of people as the troupe steps forward on the streets of the city. We are now witnessing the arrival of another two she-elephants, the elephant Ganga from Gangarama Vihalaya and the she-elephant Parami from Madagoda.
The talampata, or the small set of cymbals, are a vital instrument used in all forms of the traditional dancing in Sri Lanka and also in India to maintain the pace and the rhythm of the dance. That is technically mentioned as the Titmatraya, but here the Talam dance considers these cymbals as the main prop itself, where the dancers play the cymbals in a denoted rhythm, which aligns the footwork and the hand movements accordingly. And this troupe of Thalan dancers are trained and led by Mr. Nimesh Sumararatna of Sri Chandananda Buddhist College. The young performers dash these cymbals in the choreographed rhythm and perform a dance that creates both horizontal and vertical line movements in this space, using the right moves that are designed in maintaining the cultural element of the act. It is evident that the dance we see here are not an individual representation, but of a group. The interesting feature regarding the teamwork behind this dance is the presence of a leader, who we as the audience are not bright enough to identify, but in reality, the publicly unidentified yet present leader is the one who directs the entire team in their own ways of communication throughout this grand Perahera. Now we are witnessing the entry of the Balangoda Raja elephant from Balangoda, and the officials mounted on top are seen carrying two brass canopies. And this is the entrance of the Rabang troupe in this Perahera.
And this troupe of Rabang is trained and led by Mr. Janaka Rajapaksha.
The Rabana or the hand trampoline is a very popular object used in the folk dancing tradition in Sri Lanka, which is known as the Rabang Natuma.
The Rabana is at times recognized as a drum of prosperity. Belonging to the Arthata classification of traditional musical instruments, both the Rabana and the Bummadia, which are drums played using bare hands, are used in the agricultural entertainment and ritualistic activities in the village setup. Similarly, the Rabana also takes great dominance during the Sinhala and Tamil New Year celebrations, as the Raban is used to communicate the festive occasions such as dawn of the new year, commencing of dealing and consuming of meals, to name a few.
There are many forms of Raban in Sri Lanka. We have the Maharabana or the Banku Rabana, which is a large drum that is played by multiple artists at the same time. The Virindu Rabana, that is played while singing comical verses of Virindu. And the At Rabana, which we see now, that is prominently seen in dance-related performances. We also hear a version of Kavi Rabana, a spinning trampoline, which is in fact the At Rabana, that is tent curved in its middle.
Now we are seeing the entry of the she-elephant Kanchana from Giriyulla, the she-elephant Rani from Ratnapuraya, and the she-elephant Mali from Mavanalla.
And on the mount of these majestic elephants, we see the officials carrying the brass umbrellas, symbolizing protection to this great perambulation of Perahera. The cooling breeze that blows from the surrounding, from the Udavatta forest on the right and from the Kandy lake on the left, certainly creates the feel of nature, how it contributes to Perahera by displaying its unmatched unique forms of beauty to this Perahera that shall bless our country.
We are now seeing the entry of a troupe of sword dancers who are trained and led by Mr. Hasindu Gunawardana. The Kadu Natuma or the sword dance is not at all meant to promote violence in this Perahera, and that is meant to reflect the love, peace and care that is preached by the doctrine of Lord Buddha. This dance actually is meant to be a tribute and to illustrate the bravery of our ancient Sri Lankan warriors who risked their lives to protect Sri Lanka as a nation.
The dance, in fact, a dramatic choreography of a dance which uses the props of the kaduva, the sword, and the palihar, which is the shield, where the dancers present a fictional battle that is displayed using these choreographed dance steps, which are unique to the folk dance style of Sri Lankan upcountry tradition. One could notice how these facial expression of these dancers show an abundance of bravery and courage to ignite the true momentum of this play, and all these steps add the beauty to the Perahera itself.
Now we are witnessing the entry of Punchi Banda elephant from Horana and Hettimulla Raja elephant from Hettimulla.
And this is the entrance of the second Naiyandi troupe of dancers in this procession.
And this troupe is led by Mr. Saman Nilvitha.
The Naiyandi dance is said to be belonging to the classification of Rupanatum due to its visual richness in attraction, and this dance is also known as Adaves, meaning half of the West costume, and at times even known as Tanikachi, that relates to the special head turban that is worn by the Naiyandi dancers. Many professional Kandyan dancers who perform the West dance in the Kohoma Kankarya, the main healing ritual of the upcountry tradition, are culturally not practicing the West dance elsewhere in social occasions. Due to the same reason, any such ritualistic West dancer
who only perform the Naiyandi dance in other social gathering events, just as the Perahera itself.
This procession is a true reflection of Buddhist worship, while it also represents a frozen image of ancient service known as Rajakarya, where people of different occupational castes perform duties to king in return for enjoying their utility of royal land and grants.
Now we are witnessing the entrance of the majestic tusker Indiraja of Sri Dalada Maligawa.
And on the mount of Indiraja, we see an official carrying the brass umbrella.
And this is a troupe of Udaki dancers who are trained by Mr. M.B. Tennakon.
Traditional musical instruments of Sri Lanka are sometimes not just used for playing itself, just like the Udaki that we see here in this dance performance. We do not just see these performers playing the Udaki, but they also perform a dance, which is interestingly where they do sing at the same time, which makes this Udaki dance performance an act of a triple fusion of art itself.
The Udaki is an hourglass-shaped hand drum that belongs to the Arthatha category of Panchathuranader, since it is played only using hands. The dancers are dressed in the traditional Kandyan attire, and the dancers, while playing this instrument, along with recitals that glorify the qualities of Lord Buddha. The red ribbon, known as the Savarang, that is seen attached to the midpoint of the drum, is actually the controller of the drum's rhythm, and in the midst of the dancer dancing, singing and playing, they also do need to be mindful of the rhythm that is manipulated using this technique. It is the norm to hold the Udaki from the left hand, and it needs to be planned from the index finger of the right hand.
Sri Lankan tradition of music introduces 64 different types of drums, and the Udaki, what we see now, is considered as the smallest traditional drum that we find in Sri Lanka. It is in fact used as a musical instrument in healing rituals.
We are now witnessing the entry of three majestic Tuskers, the Tusker Sindhu from Malwatu Mahavihara, the Tusker Kote Raja from Kote Raja Mahavihara, and the Tusker Raju from Asgiriya Mahavihara.
And this is the magnificent sight of the Senkadagala kingdom on the 4th Randoli procession of Kandy Esala Perahera 2025.
And this is the entry of the first West dance troupe of the Kandy Esala Perahera 2025, which is trained and led by Mr. Ishantha Helavela and Mr. Lasantha Vanasekara.
The most unique and most recognized presentation of the Kandian dancing heritage is the most fully adorned West Natua, or the Kandian West dancer. The Kandian dancer's skill and dance form have been considered as an authentic expression of Sri Lankan culture. And this is the pinnacle moment of this 4th Randoli procession, as these West dancers are escorting the sacred tooth relic.
The icon of a West dancer, who is the branding identity of traditional Sri Lankan dancing across the 7 seas, despite the presence of many artistic dance performances that are authentic to traditional Sri Lankan dance. It is amusing to hear that it is this same picture that is illustrated on anyone's mind when they hear the praise Sri Lankan dance, which we could be certainly proud of.
Dressed in the white Tuppotia costume, we see the Karya Karvana Korala, who is the royal official that holds a responsibility for all engagements in regard to the offering, the Perahera and the relic casket. He is only seconded to the Diyavarna Nidame and is the only person in the Perahera who has the permission to walk forward and backward during the Perahera. The very special orchestra that leads the relic casket are the Nagasingam instrumentalists, which is an Indian influence ensemble of music.
We are now at the much awaited and the most devout moment of the Perahera, as we now see the royal Tusker Vasana of Ruhunu Maha Kataragama Devala ceremoniously carrying the Perahera relic casket. And the relic casket is guarded by the Dala elephants, Singharaja of Sri Dalada Maligawa and Pulatisi Raja Tusker of Sri Dalada Maligawa.
And as per the customaries of the fourth and final Randoli, the ceremonious Tusker will be walking on white carpets known as Pavada under the large decorated canopy known as Uduviyana. This is the chamber of versifiers of the Kavikara Maduva, the group of poets who walk behind the relic casket while singing the virtues of Lord Buddha. These versifiers are holding several instruments, including the Pantheru and the Udaki, and the speciality of Kavikara Maduva is these versifiers shall only perform when the relic casket is taken out of the relic chamber, and they shall sing it reverentially placed back after the Perahera. This too is in fact an offering of King Veera Parakrama Narendra Singha to the sacred tooth relic.
Following the most sacred moment of this Perahera, we see the clan of devotees holding flowers and lamps that symbolize an offering to the relic casket. The youth we see in this occasion are dressed in the most modest costume that we shall ever see in this Perahera. A plain white robe that illustrates the simplicity and the modest behavior that is expected out of a true Buddhist, which is even highlighted in the most gentle walk that we see out of these devotees.
There are several forms of offering that Sri Lankan Buddhist as puja towards the Buddha, and one of its prominent offering are flowers and the incense sticks which offer fragrance to Lord Buddha, and the oil lamps which offer light. We see both flowers and lamps in the hands of these devotees which interpret this episode of Perahera as an offering of fragrance and light towards the sacred relic casket. Back in history, it was a sacred root relic itself, which was reverentially carried in the Perahera. But the relic casket that we see now is the replica of the casket that lies with utmost majesty in the relic chamber of Sri Dalada Maligawa, on the golden lotus with respected and magnificent glory. And this is the magnificent site of the Senkadagala kingdom on the 4th Randoli Perahera.
Now we are witnessing the entry of the second West troupe of today's Perahera, which is led by Mr. Sanjeeva Verapitiya and Mr. Peter Surasena.
The West dance is more than just a ritual. It is a sacred recitation for the protection against misfortune. Therefore, the costume of these West dancers are also considered sacred. This glamorous costume symbolically represent the regalia of King Malaya, the royalty who performed the ancient ritual of Hatapas Mangalaya, which is an healing ritual that was held 2500 years ago.
It was in the 4th century BC when the first ever Hatapas Mangalaya was performed in Sri Lanka by the Malaya king to cure a dividos or a godly curse that had been bestowed upon King Panduvasdeva, who is in fact a descendant of King Vijaya, the Indian prince who discovered the land of Sri Lanka as Tambapanni. Representing the Deyavarana Nilame of Sri Dalada Maligawa, we are now witnessing the entry of the Honorable Basnayak Diname of Patini Devala.
The Basnayaka Nilame shall walk under the Mutukudaya or the pearl umbrella, surrounded by the army of guards, and surrounded by the Vidane or the chieftain of the 10 associated villages of Sri Dalada Maligawa. Now we are witnessing the commencement of the Sri Nata Devala procession. The Sri Nata Devala in Kandy is located right in front of Sri Dalada Maligawa, where it is considered as the main shrine that is dedicated towards Lord Nata, and one of the oldest buildings in Kandy that was built even before Sri Dalada Maligawa.
We are now witnessing the arrival of the Buddhist flag bearers who are from the Pallekele Civil Defence Authority.
The procession of Nata Devala is the first to follow the Dalada Perahera due to the belief that God Nata is next in line to attain Buddhahood.
This ceremonious procession is performed in adulation of the living Buddha and as well as a paramita or act of kindness for the future Buddha. The hexa-colored flag is displayed in ceremonious form to remind people of the great scope and depth of the Dhamma that was preached by Lord Buddha. The flag bearers create a sense of the unlimited compassion of Buddha. This sight truly calms the undisciplined, wayward minds and focuses them on love and compassion that radiates across the universe, the teachings of Lord Buddha. And this is the arrival of the official Hevisi group of the Sri Nata Devala, which is led by Mr. S.Y.G. Vijayasena.
The premises of Sri Nata Devala in Kandy is recognized since as the Jaya Bhumia, or the land with luck, since the time of our ancestors, based on the indication by an ancient Brahmin named Senkanda. According to the legend, this sage Senkanda had once visited this land and had witnessed an hare being chased by a pack of wolves. And with a flick of a movement, the hare had managed to chase the entire pack of wolves by itself. Interestingly, it was because of the same Brahmin that evolved the name of Senkadagala to the city of Kandy.
Just like how the Havisa troupe of Sri Dalada Maligawa Procession engages in their own routine offerings, the Havisa troupes of the four Devala Peraheras are the actual lineages who still perform in the daily, weekly, monthly and annual rites and the rituals of the particular Devala, as Havisi is not just a part of the Sri Dalada Maligawa's ritual, but is also similarly important to the offerings of the Devala shrines as the main Sabada Puja or the offerings towards the respective god.
It is the tradition that the first elephant to take part in the procession of god Nata shall carry an official with a unique flag that is described as the flag of Senkadagala, which depicts an artistic visualization of god Nata.
And this is the elephant Rohana, who belongs to Mr. Varuna Kannangara. This is a troupe of Lekeri dancers who are trained and led by Mr. Upali Dharmaratna. Lekeli is one of the dance performances which has been performed since more than centuries ago, which is proved by evidence that is still visible to all of us. In fact, the wooden carvings of the Ambakke Kataragama Devala that belongs to the Gampola era portrays a pictorial carving that illustrates a Lekeli performance. This is a troupe of Thumbtam players who are led by Mr. Ritigama Jagat.
The Nata Devala is believed to be built as an offering towards god Nata by the king Vikramabahu III, and the royal buildings, including the palace, had there been built in its surrounding. The Devala is built in the form of a Gedige Devala, which is an Indian agricultural style during the Gampala era. The main shrine dedicated towards God Natha and the adjoining main building is a smaller shrine that is dedicated to God Gambara. It is believed that the Dutch armies had used this place as the resting place when they arrived to meet the king. Another highlight of Nata Devala is the historic Ashtapala Bodhi tree that is famed as the Valbodhiya, which is much worshipped by all devotees who visit the Sri Dalada Maligawa.
Now we are seeing a troupe of Udaki dancers who are trained and led by Mr. Dhammika Tennakon. This is the arrival of the elephant Kandula from Sri Nata Devala.
And on the mount of this majestic elephant, we see the Gajanayaka Nilame of Sri Nata Devala.
This is the arrival of a troupe of Pantheru dancers who are trained by Mr. Ruwan Manasinghe.
The origin of Pantheru consists of several legends that are believed since the time of our ancestors. One such prominent legend describes that the Pantheru was in fact a chakra of the Asura that had gone to the hands of the Suryas during the Sura-Asura battle, the battle between the gods and the demons as illustrated in the ancient epics. And this is a troupe of Savarang dancers who are trained and led by Mr. Dilshan Shalika. If we look at the legend of Lord Natha, it is a well-known fact behind God Natha.
It's the belief that he is next in line to attain Buddhahood as Maitri Bodhisattva, where he is also identified as Avalokiteshvara in Indian cults. The iconography of God Natha is shown as a gentle young man of fair complexion who holds a lotus flower on his left hand. He is in fact famed as one of the most dominant gods associated in the hill country.
The tune that is blown while using this flute is very mesmerizing to the ear, and the tunes we hear from these flutes are in fact poems that are exclusively written for the Savarang dance, which are known as Savarang Kavi. And this is the arrival of the Naiyandi dance troupe of the Sri Nata Devala procession.
And this troupe is led by Mr. Indika Pradeep Valikumura. The word Naiyandi is in fact the name of the costume that is worn by the Naiyandi dancers, which is the same costume that is worn by the Kandy and West dancer, with the exclusion of the devoted headdress that is replaced with a cloth turban with a knot on the head center that is taking the shape of a cobra. This is the arrival of the elephant Sumana.
And on the mount of the elephant Sumana, we see an official carrying the Buddhist flag.
And this is a troupe of tambourine dancers who are trained by Mr. Anjana Gamage.
The raban is at times recognized as a drum of phosphority, belonging to the Arthur classifications of traditional musical instruments. Both the rabana are played using the hands of bare hands in the agricultural entertainment and ritualist activities in the village setup. And with that, we are closing on to the pinnacle movement of the Sri Nata Devala procession, as we see the first troupe of West dancers who will be escorting the requelaries of God Natha.
And this troupe of West dancers are trained and led by Mr. Vishnu Devala.
It was on the 4th century BC when the first ever Hatapas Mangalaya was performed in Sri Lanka by the Malay king to cure Devidos, or a godly curse that had been bestowed upon King Panduwas Deva, who is in fact a descendant from King Vijaya, the Indian prince who discovered the land of Sri Lanka as Thambapani. The story of King Vijaya and his tribal wife Queni is in fact the birth story of the royal tradition of Kandyan dancing, which is quite interesting to learn from these historical moments. Now we have reached the pinnacle moment of the Sri Nata Devala procession, as we see the chief trustee of the Nata Devala walking in front of the ceremonial tusker.
Today, the ceremonial tusker carrying the godly ornaments will be Vauru Kandala Arjuna elephant, and he will be guarded by the Dala elephants, the she elephant Rani, and the elephant Kandula.
The legend of God Natha takes us down through many cults in Buddhism, including the Mahayana and Theravada traditions, where he is predominantly associated as the future Buddha. In the Sri Lankan history, there are recorded evidence and mentions of God Natha in the Sandesha of Gira, Tisara and Kol, where God Natha was one of the prime deities who was seeked by the ancient kings of Sri Lanka. And this is the second group of West dancers of the Sri Nata Devala procession, where they will be escorting the Basnayaka Nilami.
If we go back to the legend regarding the West dancers, according to history, Kuweni was a princess of the Yaksha tribe in Sri Lanka who became the wife of King Vijaya upon his arrival to Sri Lanka, being the first young lady who he witnesses just after discovering this copper-sanded land of Sri Lanka. Unfortunately, it is a sad incident when Kuweni was betrayed by King Vijaya, who led to be devastated. Kuweni, who was left out with both her children. Being frustrated with pressure, Kuweni cursed King Vijaya and his descendants, which ultimately affected King Panduvasdeva, who was a relative of King Vijaya. This curse, known as Dividos, was not cured of King Panduvasdeva, for which he invited the Malaya king from India to perform the healing ritual named Hatapas Mangalaya to dispel this curse successfully, which indeed produced its divine results. This is the arrival of the Basnayaka Nilami of Sri Nata Devala, Honorable A.W.S. Bandaranayaka.
And he will walk under the Muthukudaya, surrounded by the Muraya, the Karuwan. Now you are witnessing the commencement of the Sri Vishnu Devala Kandy.
The Sri Vishnu Devala in Kandy, that is also prominently identified as the Devala or the Great Shrine, is the main shrine in the hill capital that is dedicated to Lord Vishnu among the Satara Devala in Kandy. And this is a troupe of district flag bearers from the Sri Vishnu Devala Perahera.
The only collection of flags that have been carried in the procession of Sri Vishnu Devala would be the Palat Kodi, or the flags that represent the states and counties of Sri Lanka, according to the ancient administrative divisions that were divided in history. The reason why we see the state flags leading the procession of God Vishnu is simply to devote that the fact Lord Vishnu is the guardian deity of Sri Lanka.
It is the ancient tradition that the first elephant to take part in the procession of the Sri Vishnu Devala shall carry an official holding a special flag that is affiliated to the customs of God Vishnu, which is the Irahanda Kodiya, or the flag that illustrates the sun and the moon. Today, this flag will be carried by an official who is mounted on top of the elephant Harita.
And now we see the official Hevisi group of Sri Vishnu Devala joining this great procession.
It is fascinating to know how all these blend of these instruments individually contribute to the symphonic sound of the overall ensemble. When musically analyzing the instruments on its own, we see that the daula is used to create a deep echoing sound. The Thumbtam, on the other hand, creates a noise that is heard to a far distance, while the Horanava creates a high-pitched ring noise, and all of these put together creates the iconic symphony that covers the heritage of Sri Lanka.
The Hevisi troupe of Sri Vishnu Devala is notably special among all of the other Hevisi troupes that we see throughout this procession. As we know, the inaugural ritual of Sri Vishnu Devala and the Esala Perahera is the planting of the jack tree in the auspicious hour. And before starting the Kandy Esala Perahera, we know the inaugural ritual known as the Cup Sitavima, where a jack plant is being cut from the village of Alutnuara that is located the footstep of Kadugannawa, which marks the entrance to the district of Kandy, and is also known for the Alutnuara Sri Dadimunda Devala, that is the main shrine in Sri Lanka that is dedicated to Lord Dadimunda.
This is the arrival of the elephant Suranimana, and mounted on top we see the Gajanayaka Nilame of Sri Vishnu Devala. And this is a troupe of Lekari dancers who are trained by Mr. Lakmal Veerasinghe and Mr. Chaman Madhushankar.
Different sources of history has pronounced this deity and the Devala by different names. We have one such evidence noted by the English prisoner Robert Knox had even called this deity in this Devala as Alutnuvara Deviyo, who had been brought to Alutnuvara in Kegol from Devinuvara in Matara, while another legend identified this god as Upulwan Deviyo, which translates to the blue color god. Obviously, throughout this Lord Vishnu's procession, you could see the color blue portrayed on the elephant dresses, and also among the performers who are performing in this procession, more likely with blue color on them.
Now we are seeing the entry of the Chutimanike elephant.
And we see on the mount of Chutimanike the Savarang Kodia or the red tassel flag, which is in fact another special feature that can only be seen in the final 2 days of the Esala Perahera. This flag is in fact one of the 5 state recognitions that was presented to the people of the Satara Koralaya as commendations to their bravery and strength during the reign of King Parakramabhavu II and King Rajasingha II.
And this is a troupe of Pantheru dancers who are trained and led by Mr. K.P. Dharmasiri. Among the many legends behind the evolution of the Pantheru, one such story describes how the Pantheru is in fact a Chakrayudaya of Lord Vishnu. The illustrated appearance of Lord Vishnu is portrayed as a deity with 4 arms holding 4 different objects: the lotus flower, the conch shell, and the mace, and the Sudarshana Chakra, which is a swirling disc that is considered as the most powerful weapon that could defeat the strongest of enemies. In that sense, the Pantheru dance seems literally affiliated and important to be engaged as a dance to be performed in this episode of Perahera that is dedicated to Lord Vishnu. And this is the arrival of the Mudun Kothri elephant. Mounted atop, we see 2 officials carrying 2 brass canopies.
And with that, we see the entrance of the Savarang dance group of the Sri Vishnu Devala procession. The Paravisandesha anthology that was written in the 15th century describes Lord Vishnu as the destroyer of Asura, which hints a believed similarity between Lord Vishnu and Rama of the great Indian epic Ramayana. Interestingly, the poetic anthology of Ahle Pulavarnava that was written in the 19th century calls this shrine as the Rama Devala, or the shrine that is dedicated to Lord Rama. This is even more evident with the cloth painting that the Sri Mahavishnu Devala possesses, which illustrates the battle of Rama and Ravana.
Among the diverse religious beliefs that are observed in this island nation of Sri Lanka, Lord Vishnu is a virtuous god who is popularly being worshipped by both Sri Lankan Hindu and Buddhist devotees. He is known by 108 other names, including Hari, Madhava, and Narayana, apart from the Sri Lankan recognition as Upulvan. And this is the arrival of the Damunupalabanda elephant. And this is the official Naiyandi dance troupe of the Sri Mahavishnu Devala, which is led by Mr. Sirisena Tittawela.
It is believed that the Sri Mahavishnu Devala in Kandy was built by King Senarath in between 1604 to 1635. During this time in which the Upulvan Devala in Alutnuara was destroyed by the Portuguese, in midst of their Kandian invention.
And now we are witnessing the arrival of a duo of elephants. We have the Kottava elephant and the she-elephant Surani.
And on the mount of these two elephants, we can see two officials on each carrying an cobra canopy and brass umbrella. And both these canopy and umbrella resembles and gives a respect to this procession and to the godly ornaments that will be carried in this Perahera.
And this is a troupe of Udaki players who are led by Kondadeniye Samansiri.
The Sri Maha Vishnu Devala is the hosting shrine for many important rituals of the Kandy Esala Perahera. That includes the distribution of cup and the Vali Upnet, which is an healing dance ritual that is performed across 7 nights after the conclusion of the Kandy Esala Perahera, in the intention of dispelling any evil from all the participants who took part in this great Perahera festival.
Apart from the Sri Mahavishnu Devala in Kandy, we also find several other outskirts shrines that are dedicated to Lord Vishnu around Kandy, which are the Lanka Vishnu Devala in Handassa, Gadaladeniya Vishnu Devala in Pilimathalava, and Hanguranketa Vishnu Devala in Hanguranketa. And this is the arrival of the elephant Gagana and the elephant Gamonu.
And on the mount of them we can see 2 officials on each carrying the cobra canopy. The concept of Trinity in Hinduism, which is known as the Trimurtiya, consists of 3 main gods, namely Lord Brahma, the creator of the world, Lord Shiva, who is the destroyer of the world, and Lord Vishnu, who is the preserver of the world. Apart from the Trimurti, another similar concept of Hinduism named Smatra involves Lord Vishnu, where 5 deities including Lord Shiva, Lord Shakti, Lord Ganesh and Lord Surya and Lord Vishnu himself, which promotes equal faith to all 5 of these deities.
The cult of Lord Vishnu is not just limited to Hinduism, but has a long-standing affiliation with Buddhism too. The Mahavansa Chronicles of Sri Lanka states that it was the great Upulvan Deviyo, or Lord Vishnu, who was selected as the guardian to protect the land of Sri Lanka and Buddhism within it at the times of the passing away of Lord Buddha. Legends believe that Lord Vishnu is a future Buddha after God Natha, which is evident reason as to why we see the procession of Sri Vishnu Devala following after the procession of Sri Nata Devala according to the tradition of Kandy Esala Perahera.
The 2 elephants that we see now, one is Gagana and other one the Gamunu Kandala elephant. These 2 elephants are in fact very good friends. If you could go and see the Vishnu Devala premises on the Perahera days, these 2 elephants would always be together. They are quite friendly, always being at the same place. With that, we are coming on to the pinnacle moment of the Sri Vishnu Devala procession, where the first West dancing troupe will be escorting the ceremonial tusker in this great procession.
And this troupe of West dancers are led by Mr. Sarath Ekanayaka. The Kohoma Kankarya healing ritual is in fact the prime origin of Kandyan dance that narrates the story of the Hattapas Mangalaya evolvement in Sri Lanka, and the West dance is one of the key dance representations of the Kohoma Kankarya, along with several other interesting dance acts as the Kuweni Asna and Kohoma Helna, which we see being performed in other Perahera ceremonies in the island.
The West dancers observe their traditional rituals and obtain permission to dance in the procession. However, those who dance in the Dalada Perahera are those who have brought with them a sansaric habit and skill to perform of this art in this great procession.
West dancing was considered as a part of the royalty itself, where it was formally associated with the kings since ancient times. When going down history, the West dance was performed in the time of Anuradhapura kingdom, and this had been rebranded as a Kandian dance only after the royalty had shifted to the kingdom of Kandy.
And in front of the ceremonial tusker, we see the chief trustee of Sri Maha Vishnu Devala in Kandy.
And this is the most devoted moment of the Sri Mahavishnu Devala, and the ceremonial tusker carrying the godly ornaments of the Sri Mahavishnu Devala is the tusker Rama, accompanied by the Dala elephants, Biyagamarani, and the elephant Alapatha.
Let us now take a moment to feel the devotion and to worship the godly ornaments of Lord Vishnu. And this is the live broadcast of the 4th Randoli Perahera, which is brought to you by the Media and Special Projects Bureau of Sri Dalada Maligawa, Kandy.
And this is the second West troupe of the Sri Mahavishnu Devala, who's trained and led by Mr. Samansiri from Kondavenya. Representing the Basnayaka Nilame of Sri Maha Vishnu Devala, we now see two Basnayaka Nilames of rural shrines affiliated to Sri Maha Vishnu Devala, Honorable Priyanta Yapa Bandara and Honorable Bhashana Kulatunga.
And where we see the Basnayaka Nilames walking under the Muthukudaya, surrounded by the Muraya the Karwa. Now we are witnessing the commencement of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya procession.
The Sri Maha Kataragama Devala in Kandy is one of the key places of worship that are dedicated to Lord Kataragama in the city of Kandy, and the speciality of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala being the only out of the Satara Mahadevala or the four main shrines that is located outside the premises of Sri Dalada Maligawa, and it is located in the Kotugodalla Vidya, which was known as the ancient Kavikara Vidya, where the poets of the king had used to reside during the times of royalty. Now we are seeing a troupe of Buddhist flag bearers from the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala Perahera.
And these Buddhist flag bearers will be preceded by the national flag of Sri Lanka. The sight of the Buddhist flag creates a sense of tranquility among the spectators, reminding us the fact that this procession is in celebration, devotion, and an offering to the great Lord Buddha. This ceremonious procession is performed in adultation of living Buddha, and as well as the paramita, or an act of kindness for the future Buddha. The hexacolored flag is displayed in ceremonious form to remind people of the great scope and depth of Dhamma that was preached by Lord Buddha. The flag bearers create a sense of unlimited compassion of Lord Buddha. This sight truly calms the undisciplined wayfinders and focuses them on love and compassion that radiates across the universe, which is the teaching of the Lord Buddha.
And this is a troupe of Hevisi from the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala Perahera. The Hevisi troupe of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala too is quite notable when compared to other troupes of Hevisi due to the difference in its tune and tempo. The style of Hevisi not just depends on the regional or situational variances but also varies among the several lineages that perform this traditional duty. This Hevisi troupe that leads the procession of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala, that is hailing from the lineage of P.V. James Gurunanse, is distinguished for its faster tempo that is similarly unique to the customs of the rituals affiliated towards Lord Kataragama, and also by carrying the large windpipe known as the kombu, which we did not witness in other parts of the procession.
The Perahera performs across many streets that occupy the Kandian town. Once it steps down from the Dalada Vidya, it passes down from the Mahamadura, and the interesting fact is that the symphony that is played by the Hevisi troupe shall change once they turn into a new street or a Vidya. And the same Valinade series of steps that are performed as the transition movements in the changing tunes. The Sri Maha Kataragama Devala had been built during the reign of King Narendra Singha, who ruled the country from the year 1707 to 1739, where it was considered as a personal Devala shrine to the Kandian kings for their devotional rituals in order to receive blessings of Lord Kataragama. The opening representation of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala Perahera are these unique flag bearers who showcase a different variety of flags. The flag that leads the way shows an illustration of King Ravana, who is an ancient king of Sri Lanka who connects the Indian epic of Ramayana to Sri Lanka.
and the official who carried the Ravana flag was mounted on top of the Kempitiya she-elephant.
who belongs to Mr. Anura Kempitiya. And this is the Paturu dance troupe of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala procession.
And this troupe of dancers is led by Mr. Hasitha Ramanayaka.
Speaking of folk dancers in Sri Lanka, we are able to notice several characteristics such as simplicity, the group collaboration, using of props, enjoyment, and recital of poems. In fact, the building blocks of the rural folk dancing implies the social connection between the villagers, where the dancing too include several episodes of interaction among them. In the procession of Sri Maha Kataragama Devala, we can witness this with the great collaboration of these Paturu dance troupe members who are colorfully dressed, adding that beauty to this great procession.
We are now witnessing the arrival of the elephant Sudhu Manike, who belongs to Mr. Buddhika Miryana, and mounted on top is the Gajanayaka Nilame of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala.
And this is the Gajanayaka Nilame of Sri Maha Kataragama Devala. He is the royal official who is in charge of the troop of elephants. Among the many different ankusas that we saw throughout the Perahera thus far, which is held by the Gajanayaka Nilames, this particular ankus used by the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala is very special, as it is believed to be the very same ankus that was used many years ago during the time of King Rajadi Rajasingha. and this is the entrance of the Pantheru dance group of Sri Maha Kataragama Devala.
And this troupe is led by Mr. Nimesh Nivantaka. Lord Kataragama, or the god of war, is a divine deity who is worshipped as Kanda Kumara or Murugan in South Indian tradition and as Kandasuridun, Kadira or Kataragama Deviyo in Sri Lankan cult. He is considered as one of the most powerful deities who has an appearance of 6 heads and 12 hands, who sits on the peacock with his consorts Tevani Amma and Vali Amma. The legend of Lord Kataragama narrates his arrival in Sri Lanka as a very interesting story of romance. According to the story, Lord Kataragama had witnessed a tribal young girl named Valli from the southeastern wilds of Sri Lanka, whom he fell in love with. In order to win Valli as his consort, he had reached Sri Lanka via the shores of Devandara in Matara and reached the city of Kataragama in search for Valli.
It is believed that Lord Kataragama is the younger son of Lord Shiva and goddess Parvati, and is considered as an important deity in the Indian subcontinent since ancient times. Worshipped as Mahasena and Kumara in northern Indian cults, and is predominantly worshipped in the state of Tamil Nadu and other parts of South India, Sri Lanka, Singapore and Malaysia. Lord Kataragama is believed to be the divine force behind the ancient king Dutugamunu in his battle against the Chola invaders of the Dravidian king Elara.
The present Ruhunu Maha Kataragama Devala was in fact the commitment of the vow that was made by King Dutugamunu, who built the Ruhunu Maha Kataragama Devala, inaugurated its Asala festival that commemorates the divine marriage between god Kataragama and goddess Valli, and commanded that the procession needs to be held annually regardless of any circumstances. Still, the eternal existence of the sun and the moon. And this is the arrival of a Chamra dance troupe, which is trained and led by Mr. Hasitha Ramanayaka.
A certain degree of teamwork is essential for the best performance of this Chamra dance, since the dancers need to synchronize with each other to maintain the visual consistency of this art. We are also able to see another similar tussle dance that is similar to Chamra, which is known as Savarang dance, where the difference lies in the tool itself, since the Savarama has not just one but two tassels attached on each side of the object, unlike the dance that we are seeing now, which is Chamra. The idea of including the Chamra dance ahead of the Perahera is to symbolize the fanning to the implementing requeries of god Kataragama, just like how it was performed actual back then. Interestingly, you should not miss to notice how these two Chamras shall be clipped to the ear of the royal tusker.
And this is the arrival of the elephant Sita, who belongs to Miss M. Roshan.
And on the mount of this beautiful elephant, we see an official carrying the brass umbrella. The brass umbrella is used to symbolize protection to the upcoming godly ornaments of Lord Kataragama.
And this is the official Naiyandi dance troupe of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala, who's trained and led by Mr. Pradeep Nishankar. The god of Kataragama is mostly represented with an iconography with 6 faces that symbolize 6 of his divine powers or attributes. The first, which radiates light that dispels darkness. The second, that expresses companionship and pity for humans. The third that shows goodness and gentleness towards the peaceful. The fourth that shines beautifully as a moon while exploring the fugitive. The fifth that blesses the victims of the battlefield. And the sixth is the kind husband who shows benevolence to both his consorts.
If one may notice, if you look closely in this procession of Lord Kataragama, the tempo of the dance performances are quite different from the other Satara Devalayas, and obviously it can be witnessed with another two performances ahead.
And this is the arrival of the elephant Godagamarani, which belongs to Mr. Nalaka Jayasinghe. And the official mounted on top is carrying a brass umbrella.
And with that we see the entrance of the Kavadi dance troupe.
And this troupe is led by the Kandurata Kavadi. Among the many different offerings that are made towards Lord Kataragama, Kavadi dancing is renowned as one of the most prominent dances of devotion that is performed to impress the likings. Kavadi is in fact a Tamil word that translates to burden in English language, and this dance ritual originates from South India by the name of Kavadi Attam or burden dance.
Devotees believe that Lord Kataragama is impressed by energy, and Kavadi dancing is one of its key interpretations, where the performers hold the hillock, known as Kavadi or physical burden, a semicircle shaped wooden prop with peacock feathers attached to it. We see these devotees keeping the hillock on their shoulders and dance to the fast tempo of music in full energy, while at times the most authentic form of Kavadi is performed without a single practice of choreography, but instead a fast-paced and highly energetic dance.
And this is a troupe of Kohoma Color Dance troupe, which is led by Mr. Damit Nainajit.
And now we see the entrance of the Bhakti Kavadi troupe coming into this great procession.
And this troupe is led by Mr. Deshan Nipun. The Sri Lankan orientation of Kavadi dancing has segregated into several variants which are known as Bhakti Kavadi, Kiri Kavadi, Agni Kavadi and Paravi Kavadi, which have their unique features different to each other. And what we see here today in this procession is a variant of Bhakti Kavadi, where the uniqueness of this variant is the concept that the hillock is made under much purified practices and is lifted only after being offered to God with 120 peacock feathers attached to it, with the belief that even 100 people cannot lift the hillock apart from the designated devotee.
And if one may closely notice the difference between the Kavadi and the Bhakti Kavadi, in Bhakti Kavadi we see an organized set of choreography where they are having a set of steps to the tune that is being played.
The religious city of Kataragama shall never experience an hour that does not tune to this music, as most of the pilgrims who flock in the city of Kataragama consider performing a Kavadi dance around the sacred site as a part of their venerated offerings, as well as thanking to their wishes that are granted by the Divine Lord. In fact, this offering has no barriers of age, gender, race, religion or socio-economic class, as Lord Kataragama is undoubtedly venerated by all people alike, regardless of differentiation. In fact, any festival that is linked with Lord Kataragama shall never be complete without these energetic bustling variants of Kavadi.
And here we see a very young kid taking part in this great procession to symbolize and give his devotion towards Lord Kataragama.
This is a troupe of peacock dancers who are led by the Trishu Academy.
The vibrance of the procession is multiplied by many, with the peacock dance coming into the picture. Sri Lankans identify the peacock as a unique creation of the nature, to its distinct features of physical appearance, but the speciality of the peacock dance in the Perahera is beyond its attraction, as this dance depicts the beauty of the peacock as the godly vehicle of Lord Kataragama.
The peacock is in fact depicted in traditional Sri Lankan upcountry dancing in the Peacock Symphony known as the Mayura Vannama that uses traditional upcountry dance movements to illustrate the charming beauty of the peacock. But this dance is rather a creative dance that is not connected with the Sri Lankan Mayura Vannama but instead much similar to the Malayalam dance that is rooted to the South Indian states of Kerala and Tamil Nadu. And this is the arrival of the Thalam dance troupe of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala, which is led by Mr. Madhushankar Premadasa.
When talking about the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala premises in Kandy, it is constructed in the shape of an oblong building with wooden carved boards having a narrow passage on all four sides. And the premises host a main shrine dedicated to Lord Kataragama, along with several other shrines dedicated to several gods, including God Ganapati and Lord Ishvara. And this is the arrival of the elephant Hironi, who belongs to Mr. Ajit Galagi. And on the mount of this majestic elephant, we see an official carrying the cobra canopy. And now we see the entrance of the West Dance troupe of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala. They will be escorting the godly ornaments of Lord Kataragama with due respect and devotion.
And this troupe of West dancers are trained and led by Mr. Maligawa.
West dancing was considered as a part of royalty itself, where it was formerly associated with the kings in the ancient times. When going down in history, the West dance was performed in the time of Anuradhapura kingdom, and this had been rebranded as a Kandian dance only after the royalty had shifted to the kingdom of Senkadagala. We have discussed many reasons as to why the Perahera of Kataragama Devala is much different to the rest of the procession. And another such reason is the Nagasingam ensemble that creates South Indian music offering ahead of the ceremonial tusker, who shall carry the godly ornaments of Lord Kataragama.
Unlike the other four Devala shrines, the chief priest or the ayar of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala in Kandy is not of Sinhalese origin, but he is in fact an Indian national who is of traditional Brahminic lineage and is delegated to perform this venerated task since many generations, where it was his father who performed this duty before him.
The ayar is dressed in traditional white costume during the Kumbal Perahera ceremonies and the dress in the grand red attire from the commencement of the Randoli Perahera.
And this is the most devout moment of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala, and the ceremonial tusker who is carrying the godly ornaments today will be the tusker Esala, who will be accompanied by the Dali elephants Aruna and the elephant Varakagoda.
Let us take a moment to feel the devotion towards the godly ornaments of Lord Kataragama. And this is the fourth Randoli Perahera of Kandy Esala Perahera 2025. Brought to you by the Media and Special Projects Bureau of Sri Dalada Maligawa, Kandy. And this is the entrance of the second West troupe of Kataragama Devala Procession.
And this West troupe is also trained and led by the Maligawa Academy. Representing the Basnayaka Nilame of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala, we now see the Basnayaka Nilame of a rural shrine affiliated to Sri Maha Kataragama Devala in Kandy, representing the Basnayaka Niname of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala in Kandy. This is the Basnayaka Niname of the Sri Maha Kataragama Devala in Morape, Honorable S.K. Ratnayaka.
Who will be walking under the Muthukudaya, guarded by the Muraya the Karuvan. And this is the commencement of the Sri Maha Patini Devala procession. And first in line of this procession, we see the Buddhist flag bearers.
And this is the official Hevisi troupe of the Sri Maha Patini Devala, which is trained and led by Mr. M.G. Palithanishankar, Mr. M.G. Sirisena and Mr. M.G. Premadasa. The Sri Maha Patini Devala in Kandy is the only shrine of the Kandian Satara Mahadevala that is dedicated to the virtuous goddess Patini, who is also the only female representation among the guardian deities of the sacred tooth relic. This Devala is located in the premises of Sri Dalada Maligawa, which can be easily reached via the Devavediya and is separated from the Sri Nata Devala from the ancient Atvediya, which used to be the resting ground for the royal elephants.
The prominent drums used in Havisi have its own distinct characteristics. The Daula, which belongs to the classification of Vitatata among the Panchaturyanada, is played using both bare hands, and the stick, which is known as the Kadipur. It is 15 inches long in length with a circumference of 45 inches and is in fact the main drum that is being used for dance and traditional rituals of the Savarang culture in Sri Lanka.
And this is the arrival of the first elephant of the Sri Patini Devala, and the elephant is Giriulla Mangala, and mounted on top is the Gajanayakan element of the Sri Patini Devala. The male-dominated presence of artists that we saw previously is no longer visible as we see the entrance of female representation of the Perahera, which is indeed the speciality of the Sri Patini Devala Perahera.
One may wonder if the elegant presentation of the Kandian dancing is only biased towards the males, as we notice in the dance of West and Naiyandi. This thought is certainly proved wrong with this dance act, which is in fact the same Naiyandi dance we saw before, but this time a female representation that is choreographed in a way which suits the feminine atmosphere that is expected out of a female performer.
And this troupe of female Naiyandi dancers are trained by Mr. U.G.L.K. Suryagoda. And this is the arrival of the elephant Palmadulle Ratna, and mounted on top the official is carrying a Buddhist flag. This is the arrival of the elephant Palmadulle Ratna.
The theories of Kandian dance classify such female dance presentations as Narinatum, which translates to the dance acts which are specifically designed to suit the manner and order of females. And now once again we see another representation of a dance we saw before, but this time with a female representation.
This troupe of Thalan dancers are trained and led by Mr. Aruna Pradeep.
Being an Asian country with long-standing affiliations to Buddhism, ladies of our country are known to be and are traditionally expected to be modestly conservative in both walk and talk, especially with great female idols such as Lady Vishaka, Princess Hemamala and Goddess Patini herself, to whom Sri Lankan ladies look up to. Therefore, the same conservative nature is preserved in this choreography, to not to limit females to take part in performing arts, unlike several other global cultures, which prohibit women from such freedom.
And this is a troupe of Ravan dancers from the Sri Patini Devala, which is trained by Miss B.G. Chamli Jaratna.
It is believed that the Devala of Sri Patini Devala in Kandy is at least 4 centuries old, as there are written evidence of a Perahera that had been held during the reign of King Rajasingha II. According to the follow, the statue of Goddess Patini at this particular Devalaya was brought from the Maligawa Patini Devalaya during the time of King Vimaladharma Surya I. Even today, the statues at Maligawa Devalaya and the Kandy Devalaya look similar, and this evidence suggests that the Sri Patini Devala in Kandy goes back to the 16th century in history.
And this is a troupe of Kulu dancers from the Sri Maha Patini Devala Perahera, and this dance troupe is trained by Mr. Chamra Jayawardena.
The agricultural dance, which we call as Kulunetum in Sinhalese, is beautifully illustrated of the village folk dancers who are engaging in their role in the agricultural activities. Sri Lanka is known for its history, for the country which is blessed with its soils and which can flourish with any crop. And this is the reason why Sri Lanka was powerful in its primary sector of economy.
Due to the said reason, the village lifestyle of Sri Lanka has a lot of connection and dependency with agricultural activities that cause a large proportion of the island. This is a venerated occupation that both males and females engage in unity, and this dance interestingly illustrates how these village folk engage with each other in agricultural activities.
According to the legends of goddess Patini is famed as the goddess of chastity and is considered as most popular deity among Sri Lankans. Despite being the goddess of southern Indian origin, the virtues of goddess Patini are narrated in a Tamil epic called Sila Padikaram, which was written in the 2nd century, along with several other poetic literature that was written in Sri Lanka during the 18th and 19th century.
And this is the arrival of the elephant Palmalulu Chula, and the official mounted on top is carrying a brass umbrella. And this is a troupe of Paipat dancers who are trained by Mr. Dana Jayaratna. The shrine devoted to goddess Patini in Kandy is a simple small rectangular building on the usual stone platform. It consists of 4 compartments, including the traditional Kandyan roof adorns, golden entrance to the chamber, and charming elegance that makes this Devalaya a simple but beautiful shrine that is home to many devotees who flock to this Kandyan shrine to worship goddess Patini. And this is a troupe of color dancers who are trained by Mr. Lahiru Lakshman.
One may notice how these dancers holding various tools that are used for the agricultural activities as the main prop of this dance. We see the kalaya or the pot that is used for the watering purposes. And earlier we saw the cooler or the sleeve that is used to separate the good grains. And these props which completes the picture of a typical agricultural style of a Sri Lankan folklore.
And this is a troupe of Kulu dancers who are trained by Mr. Hemanta Sri Ratnakumara.
This is once again a folk dance that unites the village lifestyle in one artistic picture to the audience, to have a glimpse of our simple lifestyles used in the village, still which nourishes a village with smiles. Despite the hardship that they have experienced, that is certainly the objective of Buddhism, to understand life and live in custom to the middle path as explained by the doctrine of Lord Buddha.
The cult of goddess Patini narrates many amusing stories which are all part of the legend of this great goddess. One of the most interesting out of such legends is her birth story, which is popular as Sat Patini, where it reveals the 7 different ways in which she has been born, which includes the stories of goddess Patini being born out of a mango, a dewdrop, cobra tear, demet flower, a shawl, fire, and lightning. This is a troupe of Paturu dancers who are trained by Mr. Nishantha Sanjeeva.
The cult of goddess Patini narrates many amusing stories, which are all part of the legend of this great goddess. And according to Silapadikaram epic, one of the earliest known shrines in Sri Lanka that is dedicated to goddess Patini is in the banks of Kalani River in Colombo, which was built by King Gajabahu II in the 2nd century AD. A unique feature in this particular Paturu dance is that here we see the combination of male and female both, but in the other processions that we saw earlier, we only saw the domination of the male performances. So this is exactly the differentiation that we see in the Sri Patini Devala procession.
And this is the arrival of the she-elephant Dangovitamanike, who belongs to Miss Shriyani Gunavardhana.
And on the mount of her we see an official carrying the brass umbrella, symbolizing respect and devotion to the upcoming requelaries of goddess Patini.
And this is the Savarang dance troupe of the Sri Patini Devala, who is trained by Miss Nelka Vijayanayaka. As stated before, goddess Patini is much popular among Sri Lankans due to her power in curing diseases among women and small children. This is the same reason many of Sri Lankan low country healing rituals, including the Gam Madura, Devul Madura and Pahan Madura, have accepted its protagonist deity as goddess Patini. The popularity of these ceremonies can only be agreed by an eyewitness, where thousands of devotees spend an entire sleepless night in the ritual grounds to experience and worship this miraculous power of healing.
Times before the Dalada Perahera commenced 1715 years ago, it was just the Nata Devala Perahera that comprised of god Nata, Vishnu, Kataragama and goddess Patini, which still follows the Dalada Perahera as a part of the old tradition. The order of these Devalayas are in fact lined up in the order in which the gods shall be attaining Buddhahood as per its belief. The Perahera is a great cultural spectacle that infuses both Buddhist and several Hindu cultural practices, along with the minute affiliations of elements relating to both Mahayana and Theravada traditions of Buddhism.
And this is a troupe of Pantheru dancers from the Sri Maha Patini Devala. And this troupe is led by Miss Vindya Kulasiri.
We spoke about several origins of Pantheru, and one of the most popularly assumed legends is that Pantheru descends from the Gini Sambala, or the anklets of goddess Patini. The cult of goddess Patini is highly associated with the anklets, which is recognized as one of her unique symbols, where her illustration shows goddess Patini holding the anklets in her hands. A visual illustration of goddess Patini usually shows her holding the two anklets in her hands, along with the shawl. The poems written for Pantheru dance performances too indicates the connections between goddess Patini, which provides enough evidence for the affiliation between the Pantheru and goddess Patini. In fact, dancing with the Pantheru is considered as a pride for the feminine personalities, based on utmost faith that is bestowed upon goddess Patini by Sri Lankan women.
this is the arrival of two she-elephants from the Sri Patini Devala. And we have today the she-elephant Balangoda Kumari and the she-elephant Kagalla Manike.
And on the mount of these majestic elephants, we see two officials carrying in the brass umbrella, symbolizing protection and devotion towards the upcoming recolleries of goddess Patini. And this is the pinnacle moment of the perambulation of goddess Patini, where we see the first dance group escorting the godly ornaments of goddess Patini.
And this West dance troupe is led Mr. Chandana K. Jayaratna. And this is the most devout moment of the Sri Patini Devala Perahera, and the godly ornaments are carried by the tusker Giriulla Bibila. And this tusker is accompanied by the tuskers Podi Raju and the elephant Mirigama Sita.
And we see the chief trustee of the Sri Patini Devala walking in front of the ceremonious tusker. This is the devout movement where the ceremonious tusker is carrying the godly ornament of goddess Patini. And this is the second West dance troupe of the Sri Patini Devala, who will be escorting the Basnayaka Nilames.
And this troupe of West dancers is trained and led by Mr. Chandana K. Jayarathan.
Being a West dancer is no easy deal. Any primitive dancer needs years and years of practice and skill in order to be crowned as a West dancer. And they are only permitted to wear the West tattoo or the most respected headdress is only given, and they are taken under religiously coronated as a West dancer, which is highly respected tradition that is even practiced in the modern days. A unique attribute among all these performers and elephants who took part in the Perahera is that they were prudent in three virtuous qualities: being faithful to the task, being disciplined in what they do, and of course, being skilled in practice for what they do. Such virtues accumulate to ignite the devotion bestowed upon Perahera. And with the world changing while revolutionizing ancient cultures, traditions and practices, one would wonder if the same diminishing culture would apply to these ancient Kandyan traditions too. Certainly not. For Sri Lankans, this is a devotion, and this is the same reason why we see the very young to the very old of people taking part in the Perahera to give out their best, and this is truly a good sign for the future of the Perahera.
Representing the Basnayak Nilame of the Sri Patini Devala, we now have Basnayak Nilames of rural shrines affiliated to the Sri Patini Devala in Kandy. We are now witnessing the arrival of the Basnayak Nilame of Matale and Mukha Sri Patini Devala, Honorable Ryan D.B. Walisundara, and the Basnayak Nilame of the Vallaguda Kataragama Devalaya, Honorable Madhushankar Valivita.
It is a custom that the four palanquins, which are called Randoli in Sinhalese, are being carried at the right end of the procession during the 5 nights of the Randoli Perahera. The four palanquins represent the queen's identity in the Perahera, and they are in fact represent the 4 Devalayas. And this marks the end of the 4th Randoli Perahera of Kandy Esala Perahera 2025. We hope that our country will be blessed with fertility and rains. May our country prosper. Dalada Samidu Pihitai.